Whee, adverts.
I'm Stormfront. I'm the new girl.
Take her down.
This is a war. We're gonna take her down. I think this is going great.
Well, that was interesting. I think that's a good sound test. Thank you, Twitch, for your own adverts for sound testing. That is rather nice of you. ECS setup I've got here. Oh my god, where are we up to? What are we up to? Windows 10. Yeah. Welcome to day 5 of Amber Rogue, the alpha code for it anyway. Version 1. So yeah, version 1 is now under construction. And I just reached ECS. So it's ECS setup. Don't really need that. There we go. There's our Asimp model loaded with our lovely blue texture. That looks as though it's working. I don't know yet, but hey ho, it's there, so we'll have it. I'm still getting a printout of textures. I'm not sure why. Why am I still getting a printout from textures? So, finish the Asimp crossover. That was interesting, actually, the Asimp stuff. Oh, I'm going to show you something, actually, that you won't believe. I've really broken the rules now. You're all going to go schizoid and go cry, cry, cry. No, you can't do that in C++. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Top. There it is. Not particularly interested in that anymore. Right, what did I do that broke the rules? Well, remember that I use classes differently. So I use the struct variation of a class, which is a class, a public, where the data is public by default. Wait till you see what I did. And it's in Asimp. Ba 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 bam, ba bam bam ba bam. Here we go. What's going on here? Right, we sorted out these pushbacks. Ah, that's where it went. Right, that's not max entities. Yeah, I've got a class sitting in the middle of my function. Bet you've never done that before. Why? If you've not done it, if you've never done that before, why? It's my question. Oh, but it's got to be an object. It's got to have a constructor and a destructor. Well, it has. Just doesn't show them. It's got to have a copy assignment. It has. It's all done by the compiler. All the default functionality of a class is done by the compiler. It's all there. The difference is this class dies. So it's created here as vertex, a class called vertex equals a new vertex. And at the bottom Here we go. We delete the vertex and kill the class. There. Neat, huh? I couldn't do delete scene because that bracket does that one as well. So yeah, great one. Thank you, Asimp. It does its own. It does its own cleanup. So that's what I found out anyway. Right, what we just spotted. I've got a bunch of max entities which are not true. Common. I'm just doing my ECS now. So max entities is that. I'll put it before that one because it should be really max storage. What did I say? 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I think I can't remember now. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's 9. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So yeah, we'll go for 4 billion. So it's max storage. I want not whatever I've put. Which is this. There we go. Thank you. Of course, we have to do a delete scene there because we made one. So yeah, it doesn't. Asimp hasn't gone through its. How can you put it? Startup at that point. So yeah, we delete the scene for it. There we go. We can just do that. Right, readability is okay on there. I'm happy. Lovely. Model warehouse done. And as you can see, I've reverted back to doing a vertex thingy. So I made a vertex, a new vertex, and now I'm using that vertex to do pushbacks. And I'll do that in each one. So you've got position, normal, text coordinate indices there. Otherwise, it's exactly the same, except now you've got vertex indices.size and vertex indices 0 here. That gets everything into the correct position. The only thing you've got to be aware of is how these are spaced out, literally spaced out. So we have here the indices, which is the num faces times 3. So you just go through each face, you drag out the face, and then you do the face 0, 1, 2. Okay. On your vertices, again, it's num vertices this time, so it's dead easy. It's I++, but each one gives an x, y, z. So there's 3 floats for each one of those. So we're taking those out and we're sticking those into a vector, and then we are sticking that vector into the vertex position pushback. I haven't checked any of these actually, just, and again, exactly the same here, no problem. On normals, we still do the num vertices I++, but this time we take the mesh normals, x, y, z, put it into vector, and pop that into there. Lovely. The reason why I have to redo the vector is because it dies there. Okay. That's what the brackets are for. I've never talked about those brackets, have I? But that's what they're for anyway, killing things. What's this one? Coordinates. So it's num vertices, there's a coordinate for each. We just take it out into this time of vec2. So x and y, pop the vec2 into our vertex, and then we can pop it off to the shader, sorry, to the graphics card. Now I haven't deleted any of those. Did I delete the vertex? I did, didn't I? Yep, so everything's cleaned up, all memory's cleaned up. Great. It cleans its own memory up, so we don't hold any information on the CPU side at all. It's all on, goes straight to the graphics card, gets cleaned up. Magic. In the main game loop, I am now creating the initialization. In the game entity, I have just started the test run. I put that here. Okay. Static int. So this is what I'm trying to fill in as much of this as I can, so that I can use the entity system to do my test. This will be entities to render. And it is a static std vector int. Okay, let's do some initializers. So, for int entity in entity storage entity underscore storage entity equals unused, and that gives us that. Good. And that's unused equals -1. Are we okay with that? Looks like it. Expected an expression. I thought that was an expression. Is it not? Oh dear. Oh, it's a typecast. Alright, we'll do it the other way then. Int I equals 0. I is less than max entities. Semicolon I plus plus. And it's going to be entity storage. I equals unused. Okay. Doesn't like it. Why can't I not set entity storage to -1? Are you telling me that I need to do that? I don't understand. Ah, wait a minute. It doesn't like hash defined, does it? That'll do. Stop that. Entities to render. Should be okay. So unused was an absolute waste of time. Common? Nope, hash defines don't work in this system for some unknown and inexplicable reason. But hey ho, I'm not that bothered. As long as there's a way to do it, I don't care. I might be able to get rid of the initializer. So, add entity to renderer, rendering. We'll just take a number. Got to be careful now. Because that's going to be a 0. So that's going to be int object ID. Right, we can stop calling it object ID and start calling it entity, can't we? I think it's about time. So, entity. Right, let's get going on that one then. Let's just change something. There. Got a red marker, please. Thank you. At least you tell me where it's changed. And there we go. And that's going to be 0. It will be in a minute anyway. Make sure I'm right. Yeah, I'm right. Okay. That doesn't help us somehow. It doesn't actually give us our model. It gives us the entity ID, but it doesn't give us the model ID. Interesting. That will. So test model position dot model ID equals 64. That's better. So where have we used our ID? I don't think we use it down here. Oh, we're going to be using it for that. We also don't have our texture ID. Which we should have. No, we don't. Just thinking through it bit by bit and see what we need. Rendering. This is where we're going to be expanding on everything. And that's test model. Position. Texture. ID. Equals 1. Semicolon. Right. Let's read through this lot now. Get rid of some magic numbers, I hope. Alright. Yeah. That's okay. That's okay. That is texture ID. There we go. The indices is okay. I think we're good there. You see, the entity ID and the model ID are two totally separate factors now. Because we now have a model warehouse to contain all of our models, which is rather nice, really. Alrighty, so how do we know which model we're on? The VAO ID. Who put in a VAO ID? There. It's a magic number there. And num indices is whatever it is of that model. Good. That works. Oh, we did calc it, didn't we? Yeah, I'm happy. That's gone a little bit better than I expected. Good. Right. Because our test model is going to go away. Make sure it still works. Huh? More letters. Okay, I still got one left over here. This is going to be my player I'm creating as a test. So add to rendering is just I haven't finished that, Jesus. Int add to rendering, it's going to be entity ID. Yeah. There we go. Lovely. Entity add to rendering. Alright. How are we going to do that? Easy. Entity ID, pushback on entities to render. Pushback entity ID. And that's it. Entity to render dot what's entities? Entities to render dot. I think it's just remove, isn't it? That's an erase. Alright, what does erase do? Standard vector int iterator, standard vector int erase, standard vector int const iterator first, standard vector int const iterator last. Doesn't look good to me. There's no at or location in that one. That's a bool check. Got an overload in there. Clear. Clears a vector. Isn't a sign? No. Oh dear, C begin, C end. It's constant. Clear. Oh dear. And there's in place. That's got a where. What's the reverse of in place? Okay, that's capacities. Capacity, capacity. That's interesting. I wonder if it's a swap and pop. In place, reallocate. Int where pointer. It says valley, valty. Address of val. Oh, value type. Valty. Jesus. That's interesting. Alright. I think it's a swap and pop. Vector. How to remove one item. Nice delete. Alright. And destroys the removed element. Okay. Okay. So vector pop back. Yeah. Pop front. Yeah. Oh, it is erase. Position. Elements are removed from the position specified. Ah. I'm not sure about that. Six plus 0 equals 6. Isn't that the sixth element? Oh, I see. You can do a range as well. Okay. So it's erase. Thank you. So dot erase. What do we know about this thing? We know its entity ID, but we don't know its pushback ID. Okay. For int I equals 0. Actually, this time it might work. For int entity in entity surrender, we want to check if entity dot entity ID. Why is he not giving it us? Oh, it's an int. Check back with the entity. Alright, so that's entity in storage. At, let's call this int model, yeah. Entity ID. There we go, we'll paste you in there. This is remove, isn't it? Okay. There we go. Not looking bad. I haven't said hello to you all yet. Hi as well. There you go. I'll even say hello to you whilst we're doing this. Isn't that nice of me? That's going to be an entity ID. Lovely. Dot. Where do we store the entity? We don't. Ooh. Whoops. We don't have the base entities anywhere. Alright. Static entity. I guess we'll just call it entity. No, we won't. Entity list. I don't know. Max entities. If you create an entity, blah 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 blah, you put them into storage. No point. We just need an entity list. We don't need a storage thingy. Yeah. Now we need an initializer. 4. Int I equals 0 to I is less than max entities. I plus plus. And that will be entity list I dot entity ID equals -1 semicolon. Alright, I understand now. Let's see if common will be able to do its unusedy thingy. La 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 la. Yay! Unused, here you come. Now we're cooking. How are we doing? How's chat? I haven't even looked up yet. How are we doing here anyway? Hello viewers! Yeah, I'm up to my neck in entity storage now no longer exists. Yeah, I suppose so. what we got in entity list. Ah, I see. We don't have a storage of zeros. Equals entity. There we go. Is that worth having? Because what I've got now is entity here. Oh no, int here. For each one of those, if that entity list. Can I do a dot? No. Okay. I've got to put something in here. How about entity ID then? Entity ID sounds good to me. Can we dot that? What's wrong with entity list entity ID? Oh right, it's entity. What's wrong with entity list? Expression must have bool type or be convertible to bool. Well, that's not my problem. Alright, dot entity ID equals entity ID. Underscore ID. Then we erase. So that would be entities to render dot erase. Open that entity. What? Alright, what did I do wrong there? Dot er hyphen. Right. It's do. I think I've worked it out now, yeah. So it's that way round. Entities to render entity. Just dot erase. Nope. Got you. Can't do that. We know its number, so we should be able to erase it. Okay. That is entity in there then. it's this bit. It gives it, but it won't do it. Interesting. Where's that button? Right. Erase, yeah. Open brackets. Right, this is a bit weird. What's it saying here? Argument list types are int. Well, I've just given it an int. Oh right, object type is a standard vector int std allocator in. Oh god. Right, got ya. Alright. That ain't working again. That's the second time I tried using it and it doesn't work. Great. Int I equals 0, where I is less than entities to render. Entities to render dot size. Semicolon I plus plus. If this changes this all around now, so it's entities to render, paste, I the value in there is equal to oh, for God's sake. What is wrong with this? No, I is an int. Is that way of doing it? Well, why am I having so much trouble with just erasing something? Dot begin. Plus I. You're joking me. Why do I need to do that? That's interesting. That's a little bit more than I expected to have to put in to just erase something. Very interesting. Not happy. Very not happy. Okay. That's damn slow. I've got a for loop with an if statement in it. Not clever. Lovely. Right, yeah, I'm happy with that. Up to a point. I honestly thought there'd be a better way of doing that. I can't think of one. Right, leave. Leave alone. If it's happy, leave it alone. Entity destroy. Not sure yet. Oh yes, I know what that's for. Because that leads on to the components. Yep. Okay. Entity update. Okay. Game logic. Right, there is something I want to do in there. Yeah. Alright. Have I made that more awkward for myself by taking that array out? Not sure. Not sure. I mean, as for an entity, that's roughly about it, isn't it? We have initialize. Just wondering whether we should make that something better. Like a star. But it's only for ints, who cares? That is a star anyway. Right, fair enough. Those two die with the program. Alright, okay. No, I think I'll keep them separated. I can't read them when they're together because of the colours. This can barely read, but hey ho, I think we have entity create. Entity ID equals 0. Entity list. Entity ID equals entity. Return entity. Why do I need to return the entity? To add components. At no point in here have I asked for the model. Fantastic. But I need to know that that will work. I've just realised the entity list could be a vector. No. I wouldn't do that if I were me. After what I've just found out about getting rid of the damn things. Put a line between those two. And a line there. Yeah, that's it. That's the important line. Entity list 0 equals entity. That's exactly where I want it. Alright. We don't have components. Oh, we do. There's no initialization for components, there's just add component, isn't there? I suppose you could remove a component. Okay. Let's get a file going anyway on it. So, yeah, new item. Let's start it up. I'm going to need a component. Header file, please. Oh god, I just did it, didn't I? Thank you. Delete. Now it's spinning. Alright, it's doing this spinny thing to me again, isn't it? That'll do. I've got a console open. And it didn't tell me. Where's the console? It's telling me I've got a console open. This is totally wrong. And it's done that 99 thing again. What the hell's going on? What's it altering? Oh right, it's added archive. Right, we're down to 19. That was a good start. Why can I not remove these? Right. Just notice that down here it's going absolutely nuts. It's like, what the heck's going on? Blah blah blah. Publish as Azure web. What? Okay. Right, let's try that again before I get distracted. Run Doxygen on folder. Since when did I have that? Okay, add. New item. And we are going to do components. Yeah, .h. Where's my task manager? Nah, there's something going on here. Why isn't Qt app going on? This is not right. One sec. Let's just add the CPP file before I forget to. Components. Oh wow. Is it the solution that's bugged? Nope, it's, believe it or not, Visual Studio. Alright, I have an internet browser that's going ballistic. End task. Streamlabs, how are you doing? You look normal. Okay. Alright. Let's see what happens. Oh my god. Right, I've got 3 service hubs on CLR X86 which I'm not using. Qt I am not using. Okay. Let's get this solution up then. Right, solution, clean solution. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. I understand now. What's happened? Alrighty. We'll have to do the Dubry. New solution, restart, project dependencies, build order. It's this. Alright, there is a way of doing this. Here we go. Okay. That should have switched a lot off. I'm worried about that. I'm on 64. Okay. As long as I know what's happening in the background, I'm happy. I suppose. In my own little way. Hash include. Let's continue. Components. .h. Lovely. And that's source. Common. There you go. And do I need to initialize anything on this? Nope. So it's just add component. That's it. Right now, I don't think I want anything more. Yes, I do. Its components add. Ah. Model position. And that has to return something, does it? Or doesn't it? No, it doesn't. We'll just need entity. Star entity. I don't want the whole thing. It's just a number. Oh no, it isn't. It's a struct. Hash include. I don't think I can't use. Yes. No. Yes. Yeah. Source. And that's there. ECS. Entity. All right. Right. So we're going to send an entity in and we shall create a position component for them. That sounds familiar. Let's try out Still got that test model thingy going on there, haven't I? Ooh, take that back. Right. Okay, that puts us back into test. We now have a test component. And for this, we will need no, not a vector. How's that going to work? Component model position, open brackets, max entities, what the hell did I type in here? No idea. Right, got it. Right, we already know it's ID that. Should really have an ID, but that is the ID. Hold it, don't do it. I'm going to say that instead of that. Don't know what that came from. Looking better. I like it when things look better. He's going to screech out in music, is it? No. Good. Why is that different? Okay. What's wrong with this? Can I see it? Expected a semicolon, of course you did. Yeah, that's it. That's what's wrong with it. Right. when we create an entity, we should really give an entity back. We do. Okay, I'm happy. I think I can do it from that. So what I am, oh god, not that. No, just don't go there. What I want to do now is entity player equals initialize player. Okay, we can do that. So this is roughly how this is going to work. What we'll do is component. Oh, we haven't got components. Source / ECS components. Yay, we have now. So components, add model position, open brackets, and that will be player dot entity ID. That's what I want to see. That will then add model position to the components. This is going to be interesting because I haven't got a lookup for this. Okay. Alright, components model position, entity ID equals whatever we make here, test model position. Component model position, yeah, okay. So, component model position entity ID equals whatever we made here, test model position. Obviously this has to go down to generic. We don't have a model warehouse to get our VAR and a num indexes. That's interesting. It wants to request a handle and request an index. Both of which are gluents. Yep. Who's responsible for that? Well, the ECS system isn't. that has to be provided by the player. Back here. Do I tie the ECS system to the model warehouse? No. Not for 2 items at that. So we can give it the player ID. That's fine. Actually, don't do it yet. Let's see if we can do it this way round. Components. How's that going to work? Comma glue int. Yep, we've got it. Let's have it. VAO ID. What happened to my caps lock there? What's going on with this caps lock? No, I've got no light coming up on my caps lock. Oh god. VAO ID. Comma glue int. Just got a dingling. Alright, it's 14 degrees. Right, okay. Cheers. And the other one was num indices. Okay. That's what I want. Alrighty. Copy, no cut. And that just becomes VAO ID. And the last one, cut. That becomes num indices. Okay. And that just does that. Model ID. Back to magic numbers. Great. So this isn't correct. Really. Alright. Let's try and thrash that about with some ideas, I think. I'm really not happy with that kind of thing. Yeah, but I said it's the player. And we've got an error. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Why does that bother me? Luckily, this is the biggie. After this, it's all small stuff. Right. That's all test. Yeah. It's not screaming at me for using heap. Oh no, hold on a minute. No, it should be alright actually. Okay. Player, entity create, components, add model position with the player entity ID, the model. And all we have to do then is add you to the rendering list. Interesting. You can do that any way round as well. Oh, that's even more interesting. It's not dependent because it's player dot entity ID. It's not dependent on the components. So what we have is independencies. They are independent. Does that make it easier or harder? Damn good question. Right. Have we got enough going now? Yeah, we've got a false. This is test. That's not test. That's final. Right, I'm going to leave it like that. Yeah, I'll keep that as a test. Components is obviously complete test. Completely fictional. But it is now starting to look better because I don't have to know who it is. Oh yes I do. Damn. I still need model ID and texture ID, don't I? How do we get the model ID? I'm gonna have to do that, aren't I? For now. I'm gonna have to add model ID and texture ID. Texture ID is what? La 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 la. Int. Typical. ID. And then it's int texture ID. And I did it wrong. There you go. Right, everybody's happy. Everybody's happy. And that's just an int texture ID equals 1. I don't know what the final one's going to be. Okay. There we go. Lovely. You're right there, Muppet. First time he's moved all day. Right, these are all made up variables, which have to be reset to 0. When that test gets thrown out. Yeah. I'm happy. That's correct. Right, you've done that. Added it to the rendering, added the components. You return the player. It gives an entity ID. Lovely. Entity player, yes. Currently that will work. Now we've changed our rendering system. We've got a shader and a game state going in. But we also need a list of models to render. Or entities to render. And that's held here. And it's a vector. How are we going to do that? Right, we are in ECS currently. And so far it's independent of everything. Do I want to hook it up to the rendering or not? Who's going to want to know about these entities? The create, destroy, update, that's all game loop stuff, which is why I placed this in the game loop and why I've got that in the game loop. I've pulled them out just so I can have them separated off. Just makes the game loop look a bit more respectable. Model warehouse create, game state current, initialize, entities, initialize, player, initialize. These are all separate things. Start the main game loop, now get on with it. That sounds good. I can't keep that in the current game state. Right, so it's in the update. What we have here, we don't have update ECS, do we? I was going to put the camera in here. There's our game logic. That has to go first. Update of the camera comes after we've updated the player. It's here. And that is a vector we need, isn't it? From our entities. Our entities are going to be very kind to us. They are going to give us a copy of that. And that's going to come out of the update. Yeah. I wonder what that red line was for. Yeah, that's okay. And all we do is we return whatever the current entities to render is. Like that. That will land in the lap of our game loop here. And we will need a vector on hand to receive it. Or that is correct. We could put it into the listing here. We can actually cheat a little and use our while loop termination to give us a vector. And this is entities to render. Now, every time we go through the while loop, it'll have to redo it because we hit that bracket there. And then it goes back to the top. It has to pass through that. That's good news. To keep it alive, you have to put it outside. Like this event's been put outside, so we can keep the event open. We don't have to keep declaring it each time because that wastes time. Well, this we can cheat and waste that time to enable us to do it cheaply rather than doing a clear vector, which is actually more expensive. Well, that will go in there. And that will be equals entity la da da da. Oh, that. So that will give us some entities to render. May as well pass it through. We've got it. Entities to render, but it will need to receive it. And that's going into rendering. Yeah, that'll do. Oh, our test model's looking all forlorn. Because we haven't done the rendering yet. There we go. We now have entities to render. Right. Floor tile, per model data, render model. Four. Int doesn't really matter, does it? No, it doesn't. I equals 0. As long as I is less than the entities to render dot size I plus plus. What we are going to do is call our model render model. Wants model, an int model, and shader. Fair enough. Yeah, all this has now got to go over. Yeah, I know. That is in the wrong place. There we go. Do we do the per model data on this side or on the call render side? It doesn't matter which, really, does it? No. There's your draw call. Let's go. Get rid of that from here. And I'll just put it under final render for now because I don't honestly know. So we have shine damper. Got you. Reflectivity, we've got you. Model matrix, yeah, we've got you. Ouch, that didn't work. And model color, yes, we've got you. Test position, VAO ID. Bloody blah, get it. Go for it. Right, okay. I need this test model position, don't I? We need to pull that out. It needs a shader. Why does it need a shader here? I've already set the shader. So I'll swap the shader out. I can't see what I'd need it for. Take you off a minute. We just need this. Which is a model position. Right, let's check them all. Yeah, it's just a model position. And we're calling it for now, funnily enough, test model position. Ah, we do need the shader. Alrighty, let's take you two. Yes, I'm going to leave it as test model at this point. Alright, got you. Alright, okay, you're done. You're done. Everybody suddenly starts getting a lot happier. I'll draw. Yeah. And pop back out here. Okay, let's move to our test. This is now real code. Per model data is on the other side. And our call is that. So that's our call. Alrighty, here goes the fun. Right, we've got a shade, have we? Yes, we have. We have a model position. We don't have the test model position. This is final code. Model position. Okay, is it done by ID, isn't it? Right, we do have the entity ID. Model position. Ooh, sugar. Model. Position. Star. Component. Look up. Model position. And all you have to do is provide the int entity ID. That's all you need. That's looking good. Right, so given the entity ID, how do we find this? Simple. Component model position. Entity ID. Absolutely simple. But there's a problem. We dotted it all, didn't we? And I don't think we should be dotting all of this. I'll do it that way. I don't mind. We'll send the address back. I really don't mind. Because I certainly don't want to send the whole thing. We're keeping it until it's dead, as it were, so... Okay. Right, so that's add. I'll do it here, it's easier. We also need a void component. Is it delete, destroy, add, remove? It's add and subtract, isn't it? I think it's delete. Destroy. No, this is not a destroy, it's a delete. Right, okay, delete. Model position. And that will be int entity ID. I think this is the last part. Alright. Well, for this component anyway, I might change the name of this just to component model position and take all these S's off. At the moment, it's components. Alright, let's delete it. A component model position at the position of entity ID equals. See if it'll let me do it this time. Nope. Why can't I set a value there? Oh, right, yes, it's an entity, isn't it? No? I can't equal these things? I think this is why I didn't want this. I'll think about it. I don't like what it's doing. This is looking more and more like a pointer. But I've got to be careful because then I've got pointers to pointers going on. That's an address. And that's an offset. But where? Alright. Alright, I can live with that. Right, so is our rendering happy? This is all the stuff that I had before, exactly as I had it before. We are providing all the numbers that I don't care about. Now back in our rendering, we have to get that model position. So we may as well get it here. Yep, may as well get it here. Because we'll have to do it. Whoa, 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 whoa. How are you lot all surviving up here? Oh, you're on current game state. Ah. Clever. So it's only these down here that need test model position. And the model position equals components we have a clash. Or we just haven't put in components. Well, right, okay, where are we? I need an int. Entities to render. I. Will you get off me? I'll do it. That's better. Components. Where are they? I put it in the wrong one. That was clever of me. Anything? Nothing. Entity ID. Thank you. That makes more sense. That ticks everything up into usefulness. Alrighty. What is it? Control F7. Okay. Oh, we got something nice. Void render model. Cannot convert argument to model position. What? Oh. Whoops. Yeah, well, suppose you can't. Alrighty, Control F7. Nothing. Did I do something wrong there? Control. Oh, not save. Control F7. Alright, it's not working. That'll do. Oh, still got this rubbish up. Ooh, we're getting there, we're getting there. Come on, code. That was a very, very bad diagnostic. We are running on ECS. You little beaut. You absolute little darling. We win. Right. What needs changing? Everything. I was attempting to finish off the rendering first and get it all stabilized because there are 3 rendering parts. There's not just actually no, render model will still do all of them. It's on a shader and entity. I just needed to know what was going in here, and it's that. Okay. I'm happy with that. Actually, can we finish that off? Done. Yeah, it's done. Great stuff. Right, let's have a look through here now. Typing. A little bit more done. Is it coffee time? Yeah, I think it's coffee time. Oh dear. Yeah, brew time. I've not had a brew in ages. Hours. Slaving over a hot keyboard. I don't normally do that all day. So there's nothing different about today, is there? Hey, we've just created an ECS system. By learning from my previous mistakes, funnily enough. On the first run through, I did a huge initialization, whereas this hasn't got that. That's gone out of the window. what we're going to record instead is what we can see initially. And also, no, I think we're going to generate the full map, I think. But we are going to split this rendering down into 3 parts, which is dungeon, entities, and then GUI. So there are going to be entities to render. The dungeon to render is actually provided already. Except it's got nothing in it. I think it is anyway. Yeah, we've got it already. It's got nothing in it. So we can't use it, because that'll be a null pointer exception. Or something stupid. We'll have to put values in there. To say, no, don't do it. But the game state, oh no, I think, did we put that to false? Or did we just skirt around it and not bother? Just ignored it. Well, now it's easy to find. Yeah, we did. That should be a 0 at initialization. Right, so we've also got to think about multi-level dungeons. That's a 0. And we need a flag for that. Ooh. Dungeon level generated. And we need to add that in there. Equals false. That's why it starts at 0, because we have to add 1. Okay. So the first thing that we check for every time through the loop is whether the dungeon level has been generated. Do we do the while poll? No. We'll kick out to this first. If Game state current. Dungeon level generated. We haven't got anything for that yet. That update needs to know who the player is. Or at least the player position. Otherwise we can't add to render list, can we? Cross that bridge when I get to it. Place player. That's all you do. Everything else will then take care of itself. Generate dungeon level. Generate room dwellers, I suppose. Doors, room dwellers. Generate doors, room dwellers, wandering. Well, wandering monsters doesn't really matter. You shouldn't be placing them anyway. We do though. Wandering monsters. There's a reason for it. I'm just thinking about fixtures and fittings now. Right, so that's our generation game. Right, that's correct. Alright, so I'll leave that for a second. Place player. Right, gotcha. At the moment, we're not doing that. That's the dungeon stuff, which I'm not doing yet. Entity update. Right, rendering I was going to do next. So, what I was talking about is we have a dungeon map to render. That's interesting. Floor tile. We don't have one anymore. That's very interesting. Search. What's it going to be? Current game state. Map cells. Map cells. It's Boolean, isn't it? Yes, it is. If true, call render model for that location. The map cells don't have all this lot. We might have to do a render dungeon. Because you can't do that line there. Oh. This can stop messing around now. Let's start finalising the code up a little touch, shall we? I think we tested it, it was okay. Looking good. And we're out. Now, I would have to provide that information. I'm just wondering whether to put a false model in. Oh no. Ah, yes. We would have to put a false model in for the floor tile. If we do that, we can use the same render model and just give it an entity ID. It'll be the same entity ID every single time, but we don't care about that, do we? Could generate a fake entity at ID equals 0, which means the player will have ID 1, who would be the last person doing. And that would have to then start at 1. For everything else. That'll work. Ooh, nice. We have to put all of this line, of course. I think we could do that. Oops. Nice. That's worked out alright, actually. Yeah. Would mean starting the render model loop from 1 instead of 0, depending on what I decide to do. And this is models from the entities to render listing. Okay, that's that you done. And now we need to just put in something here for render all GUI elements. And we're going to have to do something separate here from GUI to render listing or something. And then the last part is render text 3D to GUI locations. And that's it, route. Hello. So I'll start that and we'll finish there. And in the middle of it all, we've got our render. That's awesome. Oh, this is getting better. We're not getting cock-ups everywhere. So what we've now got is a solid foundation for the renderer. What we've got to do is make it work. First part of that is to put that tile in. Or we could go onto the GUI. I'm more inclined to get the dungeon up and running than the GUI up and running. I don't know why. Dungeon up and running could cause more problems than it solves. But we've got a really nice ECS system now. I am still unsure whether to make that into a component model position, because every single one of them will have an add, delete and lookup method. That would also mean that the component itself could... Hold on a minute. I mean, this is all going to change now. Yes, because we've only got one static. That could prove very interesting. I'm going to leave that as a test model for now. That would get awkward. Oh no, wait a minute, I've removed it all, haven't I? That's something that has to change. Actually, what happens when I do change that? 1.0f. What distance? Oh, 2.5 meters. 1 meter tall. 2.5 meters at 1 meter tall. Yeah, that's right. Oh my. Light position is not held in here. X, Y. And that means I want to go 1 to the left. Make sure everything works. Damn, it does. It's even done the differences in shading. Ah, it's got the line on it that I've been trying to get. Ah, yes. Now, I don't know if that's a texture or whether that's real shading or not. But yeah, that bit at the bottom gives it away. We've got real shading. Oh, wow. That is beautiful. This technique of doing the shading, by the way, I'm going to name it now. I'm going to call it amber shading. Reason is, we're doing it wrong. This is a different technique to what everybody else uses. Very different technique. Rename. Well, I've got an X by it. Is it Git? No idea. Base renderer complete. Sync. Yay! Whee! Off it goes. Alrighty. I'm rather happy about that. Main game. Loop. Okay. Who does textures? I guess it'll be you, Model Warehouse. Let's try it out. So just F5. It's an interesting result. Anybody know why? I think that's worked. I don't know why it's green. I didn't even think about it on the blue object. That is amazing. I didn't realise it'd make that much difference, but yes it does. We have to be more careful with that one. I know why. Who's got it? You've got it in... No, Model Warehouse is working nicely. Thank God. Alright, let's try... again. Not certain that that really worked. Might be 001. I know it's an 01. Light position is 1-1, yeah. Camera position's okay. Background light will be affecting it, won't it? I should really follow suit on sky colour and light colour. No, I'm not going to. I'm going to be awkward. Build. Clean solution, please. Thank you. That's awesome. It's correct as well. I don't know what my monitor's set to. Looking at that shading. Oh my god, the shading's even better on this one. Yep, you are looking at green wood. which I find very interesting, because normally I don't bother about it, I must admit. I just do that. And it still comes out green. We have a colour fault. Oh. Oh. We've got colour interference. There it is. RGB. Found it. Right, so I can do what I wanted to do. This is going to be ace if it works. This will be enormous if it works. Just on the 8-1. Absolutely sky blazingly enormous. Oh god, it's worked. Welcome to True Colour. Wow. Wow. That is absolutely awesome. I'm actually quite proud of that. Yeah, I think we'll leave that. Might have to get some new textures and stuff. We're getting a 0. Yeah, that's good. Everything's good, but I'm keeping that in then. That's critical. If you don't know, sunlight isn't white. It's actually green. Yeah. So if I now go back to texture 1, we should get a beautiful blue now. Oh, it's worked. Look at that. Wow. That is gorgeous. That's the actual colour I was trying to get off the wallpaper background. And it has come through. I'm amazed. Astonished even. That is going to be gorgeous. That when I get it on the buttons, that's going to be fantastic. But now you can see how easy it is to change the texture or something. Yeah, initialize player. I can initialize a player with whatever texture I want. But if I keep the same texture ID, what I'll do is I'll probably push that one up to 2 and that one up to 3. Yeah, I'm just shocked at that. And then we can slide in a texture as 1 for the player, which will be green. And I might give it a bit more metallic green as well. But that's to come, that's in the future. That's me fiddling with things. Let's get some, let's start on the next part of the design. I think we are now on the rendering lap of honor. We are, that is the complete code for a render cycle for models. We need to do a complete cycle of render models for the floor tile, and then the complete cycle for the GUI, and then the 3D text. So let's do them in order. So that floor tile, we could have different floor tiles now. For different things. that's not what I'm here to do though. I want to decide on how I want to do that. We're going to generate a fake floor tile, which means we have to alter entity create. So that's our first stopover, is getting entity create and add model position fit for human consumption. So we're having to redo the entity. I'll start with the component because I think I've just done it anyway. Yeah, the position starts at 0. Get rid of all of this. It won't show a model now. You can't see a model at position 0 unless you move the camera. Why don't we move the camera? Interesting idea. Scales 1. Model matrix. Base model color. I'm going to put up to 0.5. Otherwise we'll lose an awful lot of brightness. But that's what I'm hoping to do. We're going to control our brightness from here. I don't know what would happen if I put that to 0.5 as well. I've sorted out my blend functions. Just put it somewhere I can see it. I want to look at that blend function. Oh, look at what hasn't happened here. Oh right, that's part of the texture, isn't it? Wow, it's got a line on it. Oh, it's got that line there as well, because there are textures within. That doesn't look too bad, but I think there's something really going on here that I'm not sure of. That should be affecting things. Yeah, it is. That's awesome. I never knew that we would be able to blend the alpha like that. So everything starts at 0.5 then. Is the answer. Those two are correct starting values. Yeah, 0.5 and 2. Defaults are okay. Alright, let's get rid of the test. These are final values that I'm going to use. Which means we now need to test the camera. Who's getting the view matrix? No, that's okay then. There's no return on this, is there? No, we don't need it at that stage. Does Control S work yet? It did. Thank God for that. I got my Control S back. Oh, I was hunting around the computer this morning to get rid of that damn thing in the heart of something else. Right. We are told where to place it. That's fine then. I'm getting meows here. Alright. Didn't I not go and do that coffee? No, I didn't. God damn it. I didn't even have my coffee break even when I thought about it. God, what am I like? Right, our model position component is complete with base values. That's awesome. We'll put the correct code into the entity so that it gives us the correct answers. And then we'll initialize that floor model that we don't have. Yeah, that's what I thought, put in. Yeah. Are you sure that you're hungry? Because if you are, I'll go downstairs. It's just my legs are hurting. You want some food though, don't you? You want your biscuits. Your nice biscuits. Oh god, that didn't work very well. Oh well, hand twitched again. Right. Now, how do we put the entity together? You're done. You're done. As far as I'm concerned, you're done for now. You're done. You're done. We're on that one. Test entries. Yeah. Right. Three minutes. Come on, Pudding. Let's go and get you some food. I'm gonna try and find something myself. Yeah, my leg's not working though. That was right, yeah. Move the camera. Main game loop. What do you mean we haven't got a camera? All right. How's about that? Let's have a camera. Well, I'm not doing that for a minute. Let's have a camera. That'll do. Yeah, that'll do. Here we go. Oh, try again. Yeah, I'm thinking. Yeah. This one is going to be a pointer. I don't want this messing me up. At all. That's going to equal a new main camera. Lovely. Yeah, that'll do it. Alright, where's our main camera going to go? Our light source has to go back. Right, that's you fixed. These are all nulled. That's perfect. It's working well. So what do we have here? We have camera dot position equals GLM vec3 open brackets. It's going to be x nom y 0.5 and z 1.0 semicolon. That's its starting position. Camera, and we want rotation X equals 0.0f. It is a float. Yeah. Hello, Muppet. You come to jump all over me? You're gonna have to move, love. Come on. Come on, I can't see the TV. Come on, love. You can stand there all day and it's not going to make me very happy. Oh, I've forgotten to do that button. Let's put us back on Windows 10. That's better. Come on then. You're going to move? Come on, move. Come on, love. It's okay. There you go. See, it wasn't that difficult. And that's that done. Alright. There's two things we need to do then. What's those two? And we need to do those where it says update camera. After that thing. Okay. That's it. And that's going in the wrong way. Darn it, darn it, it should have been correct. And it isn't. No idea why, but it isn't. Okay, let's get these sorted out. Are we alright with that? That's return game state current. To get our view matrix. Right, so that's done that one. So I'll do that one there. Camera position equals camera position. Bet this doesn't work. Oh, it will. Wow, I'm happy then. Right, we've got our camera. I've just had a bad thought about that graphical user interface, but never mind. It really isn't going to change anything. As suspected. What happened? Why did that not work? Because I went with the camera the wrong way. Camera's in reverse. There you go. And yep, the camera's definitely in reverse. Too much in reverse, in fact. The camera's not right. I'm glad we checked. That's not supposed to have that effect. So what are we actually doing here? Calc camera view matrix. Oh Jesus. Don't tell me I've done this completely wrong. I have. Look at that. Look at that. Oh dear. Sandrogue. Can you show the people what it's supposed to be, or did I get it wrong in here as well? Times -1. It has to be reversed on every single position. I wonder if they'll do an inverse for me. Is that all it takes? Yeah, it is. Let me just correct all my figures now. I was right in the first place. I don't believe this. Oh, brother. Yeah, thank you. Right, F5 should work. As expected. Yeah, it did. Magic. That looks actually quite interesting. Very dark. I think that's awesome. I'm not sure how much of the light I'm going to allow yet. But yeah, it's working. That is exactly what it should look like. Because I haven't positioned up. Now, that's an error in our component. It should be at 0.5. Otherwise, it'll go through the floor. That's also a problem. When I do the floor. It's not. We just change it on the floor. We don't change it on everything else to suit the floor. We change the floor to suit everything else. Hello, Saint True or Trow. Oh my god, these lighting effects. Look at that. It's shining right down the centres nearly. These lighting effects are just awesome. Very dark still, which is exactly what I wanted. Can you close that window? Yeah, okay. And that was coming through from here. Alright. Nearly there. Main game loop CPP. Just pop the light back to where it should be now. Which is above. F5. Oh yeah, that's better. It does look a bit strange at this point in time because the lighting's in the wrong position really. But that model is now correct. You got to remember the lighting is right above it. So it's in the wrong place. As I haven't done shadow casting, the underneath is too bright. Here. And here. You have to do shadow casting to do that. I might do it actually. This would be a good place to do it, to make it work. Might look at that. Put shadows on it. Okay. Oh, I'm liking this. So who have we got? Oh, did he just pop in, pop out or something? Why haven't I got times on that? Show timestamps. Stop switching off. Huh, never mind. Half an hour ago. I've got that to render here. Are we rendering twice? Interesting. It isn't. It's going to be pushed back, whatever the floor will be. That's what we're setting up to do. Entity ID equals 0. That's what I'm gonna. That's what we decided on. Yeah. Right. So we've got a camera that's working. We've got a player that's working. I hope. If I try and run that, that's going to give me an error. Oh, it doesn't. It just ignores the fact. Right, okay, yeah, that's working. That's fine. We just better put that in, really, I think. Then we can move the camera a bit better and the light a bit better. Alright. Start that at... It doesn't really matter. 3.0, comma... 1 and 3. 3, 3, 1. That'll do. That's a good start position for our light. Light colour's correct. Sky colour's correct. Fog's in place. When do I initialize that game state to push back that 0? I don't like that line at all. Will that mess up? No, it gets better. Oh, that's better. There we go. That's a lot better. That is beautifully smooth now. Alrighty. Lovely. Okay. We're not doing that. I've decided. Those two can go. That's set. Okay, those are my figures for the initialization, initialization, initialization done. Interesting initialization, but yeah, it's there. I'm just wondering why we need this entities to render equals entity update. Oh, that's because that one gets wiped out every time, isn't it? Yeah. So, and have we got updates game state? No, we haven't. It's the last thing we should be doing. There's that one. Oh right, we don't have an update camera. Okay. That's an update for this. And then there's also game state. Current. What's happened to it? Ah. Models to render. Real? Okay. Pop you in there for a second. Where have I got that from? Why do I need it here? What happened? I prefer that version better. Take you out and give you a good slapping. Let's have a look. Common. Ding. Bye. We're not having you anymore. Rendering's okay. Components are okay. Everything looks okay so far. Wow, code's, oh, whoops, code's becoming more stable. If I can get these initializations right, we are winners. Done. Good. Right, when we uncreate, entity removed from rendering. Okay, that's okay. We're going to have to add the floor that way. I'm not sure about that function. All right. Got a problem here. What did we initialize? Oh, we did actually accept it. Oh, fantastic. We won. Alright, I know what to do now. I don't know what ID we're going to get. That's the point. Right, 4. Int I equals 0. I is less than max entities. I plus plus. Ooh, don't do that one. Plus plus. If oh god, that was everything. Yeah. Entity list. That one. I is equal to unused. do the following, please. Oh, come on. Why can't you do a Boolean? That's right. Sorry, it's me. There we go. If that is true, then we have the ID. And it's a break. Oh. Isn't a break. And we're returning an entity, not the ID. Okay. We should get out of the way, Muppet. Muppet's clobbering me. Alright, so we'll take the index instead. So, entity list. Well, no. It's even easier than that. Entity dot entity ID equals I index break works. Yep, that breaks the for loop. That'll return as an entity, the correct one. I just realised something here. I'm trying to match keep everything correctly in the same format all the way through these files, and I'm not succeeding very well. doesn't need it. Alright. Entity destroy. Here we go. Hey, you bonk. Alrighty. I think we're good on that. So, here, what we have to do is... It's the entity list that matters. That's it. That's all you need to do. That's entity ID. Right, that destroys an entity. So it can be reused. Nice. Do I need to do any destruction anywhere else in here? Nope. That's good news. Is that this finished? Yep. It is. We need to make a floor. For some reason, I don't think I've got one. Interesting. So what have we got here? Why do I still have that? What on earth are you? What are you doing here? You shouldn't be here. You're here. Would this run at this point in time? That taken out? Oh my god. We have an ECS. Right, ECS is working then. Well, up to a point. Yeah, that's fine. Delete them permanently, I don't really care. Ooh, ah. I can't use texture 0. And I don't really want to use... Oh, it doesn't matter, does it, on this? floor. We need a floor. What time are we on? I'll look at the code for it then. I might want some tea before I actually start drawing and doodling in 3D arty farty land. Okay, ECS, base ECS is now complete. That's what that just told me. Yeah. Base ECS complete. Colon untested. That's just a reminder to me that this could all collapse and start breaking out in spots. La 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 la. Alright, we are up for that then. Right, so the start of our floor tile is going to be in here. I'm tempted to do dungeon. Nah. I'll do that instead. I think that's easy to do. For now. I might take all of these initializations out. Put it there. Why is void a mistake? This declaration has no storage class or type specifier. Is it taking the piss? What the hell's that all about? Here we go, floor tile. Found it. Make it an entity. Why not? Entity floor. Equals entity create. GLUint. This is where it gets fun. Model ID. I don't want to use it. Oh yes, I can use 0 though, can't I? Textures I can't. Alright, model ID 0. What is the ASCII chart for 0 anyway? It's a load of garbage if I remember right. I'm never going to use that. Okay, that'll do me then. Texture. Int. Texture. ID equals 2. No, yeah, 2 for now. Just make it something different. Actually, I wouldn't mind that one in 1 and that one in 2. That might look better. Alright. It doesn't get added to the rendering. And it does have to have a component. Right, we're giving it a fake component, aren't we? If I set that to 0, yeah, that'll work actually. It should come back with ID 0. Okay, components. Add model position. What does it want? It wants the ID. That gives me the floor ID. Then it wants the model ID. Then it wants the texture ID. It then wants the handle. For the model ID. And lastly, it will want the indexes. What happened here? Model. That's what happens there. Me order de del. What am I on now? Index. Model ID. I can't do model today. Move my keyboard over slightly, that'll help. Modeling means that my hand's not resting in the right place. That's it, isn't it? There's nothing to return. I mean, what would be the point of returning that? What haven't we done? We know the entity ID is 0. And we know that the component for the add model position is 0. Model ID is 0. Texture ID, I would like to be 0, but it can't be. That's an illegal number. In OpenGL, means it doesn't exist. So if we have a floor, what do I need for it? Nothing. Nothing else relies on the floor, does it? Except for people standing on it, I guess. They might rely on it. Gravity might rely on it. But nothing in here does. checking through. The floor is immaterial. It's an illusion. Right, that is the whole point about 3D, by the way. You create an illusion. You do not try to build it like Lego, Minecrafty wise. Otherwise, you will fail, unfortunately. So I'm now trying to get a hold of model 0. We need one. We need to go to the very start now, because if we don't, we'll start getting errors. If I go to the next stage of this and do the renderer, it'll just error up on me. And that's no good, because at the moment it still works. Just look at that. Escape key doesn't work. Okay. Shame. Otherwise, at this point, we break it. Right, we're not allowed to break a system that works. It's one of the rules of development. And considering I'm doing the code very carefully, for once, and actually altering everything as I go, step by step, to let it evolve, then I think we have a winner. That doesn't sound good, Muppet. What on earth have you been breathing in? Maybe he's a pipe smoker. I don't know. Weird. My problem isn't probably the 3D object. I think my problem is the texture. Okay, we can do a test texture. We got anything that looks good on screen? Nothing in purple. That's the problem. I need a purple. I need a purple texture. There are major reasons why I chose purple. Alright, fine. Not sure how to do this. Right, I think I'm going to take my time on this one. Blender is possibly okay, but I want to do the texture first and then put it through Blender to make sure it looks right. That I do know how to do. I want to be very careful on this because it's a very special piece of art that I want to create. It is for my wife, it's not for me. I think she deserves something out of this year. Poor lass. Okay. We have ECS. Floor initialization. Yeah, I know what. Yeah, that's it. Got it. There you go. Floor initialization now requires a model and texture. Done. There we go. Well done. So that's not been a bad day, really. All around. Any questions, anybody? Anybody want to ask anything? I'm quite open to chat about things. People don't just pop on, say hello, and then go away, which is fine by me, but hey ho. I will do any language, by the way. If you want questions answered, come over to Twitch whilst I'm just online, and we can chat about anything you want, really, to do with technology. Quite happy to do that. This is just a background task that I'm doing whilst I'm waiting for people to start asking questions and me sorting problems out and helping people sort problems, which I have done in the past successfully. So I'm quite open to help people. I mean, there was one lad who came along who was asking questions, and luckily at the time, I think Seppi was on. And he knew all the answers to the questions, and it was just like, Seppi, go for it. I mean, it was a brilliant, and that person went away knowing a lot more about what he wanted to do than he did when he came. So I'm very happy that we've actually been able to help somebody, at least. But if more people want help out there on different subjects, any language for programming, literally, including binary, trying to think if there's any questions. As long as it's science and technology related, I'll entertain the question. How about that? If it's a basic, some basic stuff you want to know, come along and ask, because there's another 50 million people out there probably thinking, oh, that's a bit of a dumb question to ask, but I daren't do it, I'll look silly. Don't look silly. Just ask. There aren't dumb questions, there's just dumb answers. Think about that one. And that's one of the biggest problems with the internet. You go to anybody on the internet and ask them how to do lighting, and they won't do it anything like what I've just done. In fact, they would say that I did it wrong. More bloody fool them, because they've never tried it then, have they? The whole point of programming is not to do what people tell you to do. It's to experiment, it's to travel into the unknown, it's to do new things and find new ways of doing things, which is exactly what I've done here today in front of you. I mean, who does an ECS system like me? Did that sync go off? No, it blooming didn't. Ah, now it did. Oh, forgot about that. Yeah. That's all done. If anybody does become a paying member. I don't know how it's done on. I don't even think they can on YouTube. I mean, YouTube channel, I don't think you can pay. You can subscribe to. Don't think it's paying. Twitch you can, but if you want any of the code, you can have it. But it's not free, unfortunately. This is an alpha, and it's going up for sale. It's as simple as that. The only thing is, with me, I don't just compile it for you and give you the game. I compile it for you, give you the game, and give you the source code as well. You buy it outright. You buy everything. This is. I'm not one of these stupid game companies that says, "Oh, it's my property, but you can have a license to play it." No, you buy it. It's yours. Hook, line, and sinker. What you do with it after then is up to you. If you lose it, that's your problem. You know. It's as simple as that with me. It's like buying a TV. I don't expect to buy a TV and then have to give it back at the end of it. End of watching a show or a TV program. Or have to buy a new adapter for my TV so I can plug my aerial in. You know. No. No. The game companies are taking the piss. And if you game players out there would stand up and tell them that they're taking the Michael, in a polite way, saying, we are paying for nothing here, so why should we pay? We are not getting anything for our money, except the right to play a game. That's all. You're getting a license to play a game. Nothing. You're getting nothing. You're buying a fictional piece of paper that doesn't even exist with your signature on it. That's what you're getting when you buy a game. You get nothing. Until people realise that, then, well, that's up to them. If you buy my game, you get everything. You get the fully compiled version for Windows, Mac, and Linux. You get 3 sets of software. Windows, Mac, and Linux you will be getting when they're all available, of course. And you don't get updates. And I don't produce updates. The final code will be bug-free. And that is a condition of sale. I will not sell a half-completed item of work. I am not a game company. When it gets through beta, which it will, very easily. I doubt there'll be anything to do for beta, actually. Because as you can tell, the code's already finalising. I mean, what can I mess with? Not a lot. No, there's not really a lot to mess with. I've already laid out the decking plans here, so yeah, we're alright. I'll have to go through that and make sure I haven't missed anything, that's all. The most likely thing that's going to happen for me is I'm going to forget to do something. And I think we're nearing max files now. There's the dungeon file. And the GUI, which I don't seem to have here. And of course, all the code that I do is readable. Some of it I haven't been that good at. Why did I do that? Where was I stupid and do that? Oh yeah, it was with the async stuff. I just got bored trying to get a system right that'll work properly for Windows. 4 hours of variations of async outputs. Yeah, well, that's the kind of thing I do though. I won't stop when I get it right, I just carry on. Out the other side until it goes wrong again. I forgot to look at that. No warranty implied, use at your own risk. Okay, we're fine then. That's my textures sorted. All of the OBJs are my own. All the textures are self-created. That reminds me, I've got to get GIMP working. Otherwise, yeah, I think I'm happy with that. I think I'm happy where I'm up to right now. Which is basically sorting out the floor plan. And it's critical, I mean critical, that I get the texture correct. Might not look spectacular to you, but to one beloved lady who's had a stroke last Christmas, it'll look fantastic, and that's all I care about. Right. So no questions. Radio. I will be back tomorrow. I'm going to go off and play with Blender, I think now. Yep. Solution is coming along nicely. Where's the exit button on this screen? Have you noticed something? There's no exit button. You have to close that, and then you have to close that. I find that interesting, that they forgot to do it. Have I got Blender? I have. Uh, 2.8. Rendering window help. Tutorial support. Community developer. Where's update? Can we get rid of that window? Thank you. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Blender. The Blender org. Download Blender 2.9. Does that mean I have to uninstall 2.8? Don't know. Doo-ba-doo-doo. There we go. Next, all right. accept, I guess. Alright. Okay. And that's not going to be very, very good. Let's try decolon. Okay. Next. Whee! Easy enough. Why? What is happening with Twitch? Alrighty. Alright, so that's now weird. Icon disappeared. Hey. Whoa. Calm down, Blender. Oh god, I've got to do it manually. I mean, it's nice being that size, but it's a little bit big for me. Broadcasting software. Pop you there. And let's see what we can do. That's not half bad. Play, what's that, space? Spacebar, play, tools, search. Next. Just the same as it was before. Okay. There we go. It does look slightly different, but I think they're just making it slightly darker. That's about all I can see on that one. Right, we'll use that cube. We'll call it floor. Okay. All right. How do you move around now then? Click, use a preset viewpoint. Drag, rotate the view. Okay, so it looks like we've got that going for us on there. So, scale. It's lying to me already. No, I can't do that. I've got to do it this way, haven't I? Alright, so it started by lying to me. It says 1 when it should be 0.5. 0.5 tab, 0.5 tab, 0.5 tab. Modelling the easy way. In the up direction, Z. I want 2.5 centimeters. So that is 50. So that will be 0.25. 0.025. Whoops, didn't go. 0.025, please. There we go. There's my floor tile. That's looking okay. Yeah. Might take it down to 1.5. Might be too much on that. Two and a half centimeters. Yeah, we'll go down to 1.5. Just by eye. That's it. Right. I now need to put a texture on it. There's the fun bit, kids. There's the fun bit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to save that out as a 0. We'll fake a texture for now. Oh, wait a minute. What the hell's all this? Oh, right. Where is this? That's on the C drive. I don't want anything on the C drive, thank you. Haven't I got Blender here? That's annoying. No. I've got GIMP here. Blender. We are going to call this floor. It's a floor tile. There we go. Export. Yeah, that's right. What do I want? OBJ. Got ya. Found ya. Geometry. Selection only. Minus Z is forwards, correct. Triangulate your faces. UVs, normals. Fantastic. All the good stuff. And that is going to D. Amber skies. Amber rogue. Resources. Models. I'm putting it under ASCII where I shouldn't do. But it's a good place to put it. And just put 0. Export. 0. Come on, why can't you export it? Interesting. That was a bit weird. No confirmation. There it is. We have. Huh. How bloody stupid is that? Yeah, normals look alright. That's all I wanted to check. Pop you down. Save changes before closing. What changes? Floor. Yeah, okay. Whatever. Enjoy. Let's pop this up. Alright, I gave it a test texture, didn't I? Yeah. Right, what I'm going to do then is I will run a test. Okay, how can I run a test? I can use core, main game loop, just for a tester. Right, what we're going to do is we're going to cheat. Yeah, we'll do it that way. Pop a test in. What I'm just going to do is I'm just going to do an entity add. Yeah, we can do it using this entity add to rendering, and that will be floor. This is the beauty of this system now, is I can do anything I really want with it. I can mess about from one side to the other and make sure things work in both directions, which is okay. The other thing I want to do is okay, yeah. Move the camera back a bit and a bit more up. I don't want to mess about with these figures anymore. Alright, just for testing. I would like a 3. A 3. No. 1. Yeah, there is. So as you can see, this is the floor. Can I get that any higher? 2.5. There we go. Just give us a bit more view of that, I think. 5 up. Oh, it didn't move as far as I thought it would. Interesting. No, that's not moving properly. Something else is interfering with the camera position. Which is interesting. We initialize the camera and then we don't touch it. I think it might just be a silly thing that it's doing to me. Yeah, there's nothing going on in there. Alright, okay. Build, clean. Nope, that's wrong. This is why I didn't want to mess around with that other part, isn't it? Yeah. Right, that's not good. Something dodgy going on. We haven't touched anything there, and we haven't touched anything there. Hmm. 88. Okay, that's fine. Let's take that 0.5 off. That's better. Oh wow. I think it's worked. Yeah, I think it's actually done what I've asked it to do. This is what I couldn't do before. I couldn't do look at this. Can we pull this camera back any further? Wow, if this has done what I think it's done, we are in for a treat. I don't mind bothering with that. Because Silly Me's just had a brilliant idea. I can set it here, which is a better place to do it. Position equals GLM vec 3 x. Go on then, a bit back. No. 0.0 f. Don't complicate things in my head. Going upwards, we need 3.0 f, comma, hmm, 3.0. There's something not quite right here. I thought so. How are we getting that camera position to view matrix done? That's where the problem is. Our view matrix isn't right. What information are we taking in there? Camera. Got it. Okay. That should work itself through the system then. That's an unnecessary one, that. That's why I didn't like it being there. Whoops. And I want a tilt on that on the x-axis, please. rotation X. 30, 40 degrees will do. X, that's left. This is right. Minus 40. Let's try that. Alright, not correct. So I was right the first time, probably. There he is. Now we've got proper movement on the camera. I want to go in on that. I want to have a look a lot closer on that. If that is, it is blending, isn't it? This is amazing. We have blending 3D objects. Or, well, full ability to do it. Oh my god. Let's zoom in a little bit. Yes, we have. And as I move this around, I think you can see it on screen how it's blurring slightly because of the blending. That is remarkable. 100% absolutely remarkable. We have full control over blend. It's a byproduct of the system that I've created, but I don't give a dingoes. That is a fantastic byproduct, and it's all held on the blending colour, which is held in the position. Oh my god. This is what I was trying to get at. If you don't try these things, you never find them. It's that value there. And I can prove it just by doing that. There you go, sharp image. Nice sharp image. That, what looks like a tear, isn't a tear. That's actually part of the texture, which is what I said I needed to get a better texture than this one. For the floor, the texture's wrong. But that gives me a harsh image, as you can see. Very, very direct type of image. If I take that down to about 8.5, things don't quite seem like they are supposed to seem. There'll be something off about the picture, and you won't see it. You can't see it because it's not crystal clear to you what the picture is. And that is a blended picture. You can actually see it very carefully if you go along the back line there, just on that part. You can't see it on the lit side, but on the darker side you can barely see there's a line there. Everywhere else, that one artifact is the only thing that it will give away to me that it's been blended. But that's how you make a softer visual not without messing around with all the silly shine dampers and reflectivities, which don't really do what you think they do. What I've done here is I'm blurring the scene by blending it. You've got to remember that this scene is going to be covered with stuff, so you won't have that line anymore. Well, you might have a line of sorts. I mean, to give you an idea, if you were going for metal, I mean, I'm set this for wood, 052. If you're going for metal, let's say at, what, 64. Now I'll go for 32, sneeze one today. Now you can't obviously see the change, but it has. It's changed an awful lot. I'd have to do the two images side by side, wouldn't I, to show you. Watch what happens next. You can see how that's nice, and even the shadows are sort of like creeping across the grain a little bit. It's all just going out of, well, it's blurring itself in a little bit. It is on that one, it isn't as much on this one, but it does work on that one. This is what I'm trying to get at. And this is illegal, by the way. You're not supposed to do it this way. It doesn't work, they all tell me. Alright, just watch what happens now when you sharpen the picture up, which is what they would do. What you get is that. And now you can see the jagged lines down the side. Everything's crystal clear. Where the light stops working, there's a line. Still got a bit of grainy effect in it, but it's not as good. So I think I'm going to keep that at 8.5, maybe 80. No, 80 will be too low. You've got to be very careful with it. 80 is, yeah, 85 possibly too low, but I want it there for now. That is fantastic. Until I can get more on screen. That is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Now, the shine damper. This is a luxury. No, don't do that. Just go up to 9.5. These are things we don't normally talk about, but it's brighter. That's all. So take that down to 0.5, the other end of the scale. And you can't really see much happening. I think I might have my scales the wrong way around. I wonder if I have. Alright, let's try this one at 0.5 then. And this one at 32. I know something silly is going to happen, but hey, sometimes I just get the numbers the wrong way around. I never know. Ah, yes. That's beautiful. Funnily enough, that's nearly perfect. What if I did get the numbers the wrong way around? You never know with me. Well, if that's the truth, then 64128, isn't it? Full reflect. No. Reflectivity is definitely not the right one to do there. Does give a beautiful effect, but it's not the one. That's now correct, actually. That's the correct effect that I want, but that's not the reason it's working. You will get the same effect at there. Well, you should do. Might brighten up a bit though. No, that's right, I was right. That's it. It's a 1-1. This is the reflectivity can go all the way up to 255, I think. Before it starts whacking, you know, going a bit wacky. But it's the power of 2. Oh, still got it running. Whoops. Yeah, that's right, that's metal. That's amazing. It won't affect this one here because there's no normals. There's only 4 normals on it. And the light is about here, so there's no shading going on there, but you can't see the edge unless I bring it back. That is, yeah, that is fantastic. I'm going to keep that at 2. I keep it at 2 to remind me that it's a power of 2. That's all. But it also gives the effect I want, which is that one. Yeah, that's my final. We have the floor. Not in the right direction or being used as a floor, but we have the floor. And as you can see, our lovely player is buried half in the floor. Oh, what a shame. He'll be happy there for a bit. But yeah, the ECS is working absolutely fantastically, as you can tell. I'll leave those components like that. I'll take you out of the equation for now. Because you're not even supposed to be in the equation. I think I'm going to leave those dampers in those positions at this point in time. I don't really want a sharp reflection because it starts looking like plastic if you're not very careful. Everything else in here is back to zeros. We've made all the changes up here, which is where we're supposed to make them. But that now tells me which direction I'm supposed to be going in, which is good. Yeah, that worked out alright. Where did I put my light? That's really got to go back to 0. Might not look very good, but I don't care. Does light position come into any other calculation here? Not that I can tell. What is that? Effect 3. put it in here. I'm not putting any more test stuff into data that is good. So X, we'll go 3. F, 3, F, 3, F. And that should give a good picture. As long as our camera's on the correct side of it. That's the trick. Get the light behind the camera. Fine. Get the light in front of the camera. Can have a dodgy day. Are we alright with that? Yeah. See if that looks good. Yeah. That looks good. Look at that. That's perfect. Yeah. I'm up for that. It's just putting the light in the right place. Lighting is key in graphics. What you do is you trick. It's about causing an illusion to happen of lighting, which is what I've done there. There isn't really any kind of real lighting equation there. It's just something I've put together in a vertex shader, which you're not supposed to do. So yeah. And it's not centered because I've only gone 40 degrees down instead of 45. So that works. That is so good. I'm actually very proud of that. I'm going to leave it at that stage. I'm not going to clear those 10. Magic. So that's me starting point. Alrighty. And on that note, we will be closing the stream down soon. I would like to thank all of you who joined me today. Hello, Seppi. Sorry, I'm not chatty today. I'm a bit tired, actually. And I can't see the goddamn stuff on here. That's why. Sorry about that, Seppi. That was 7 minutes ago. I'm just ending. I finished off the basics of the ECS today. The basics of the rendering. I'm about to put the floor tile in for tomorrow. What day is it tomorrow? Thursday. Yeah, I will be here tomorrow. So, oh my god, even my damn stuff's packing up on me here. And yeah, I'd like you all to take care. Give me my stream manager back. No, don't put the music on, I'm not allowed it. Right, that's it. Okay. You people take care, and I just want you to all have fun and enjoy experimenting with your code. Take care, catch you tomorrow.